This has been a bust. Kind of sad. I've got that blob right here to worry about. And it's gonna make me do it again. It's not corner jumps I'm missing up today. It's the new ceiling traps. They love me, and I love them. Let me tell you. Oh yeah, no, it gets worse. There's a new creature type that I'm sure you're gonna love. It's a creature that attaches itself to your head and tries to fly with you. It's amazing. And also the new map is disgusting. And this is flooded. So happy.
I never lie. Just gonna wait for a little bit longer. Hey, what's up, Rex? We're gonna be doing a little bit of an educational stream today. I've had some. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think I remember you from earlier. When the group was popping off. But no, we're going to be doing a little bit of educational content today. Doing a casual's guide to casual Path of Exile. A lot of people think this game can't be casual friendly. Twitter is Bar Guy Games 2099, I think, is the numbers, but you should be able to just find me by Bar Guy Games. Yes, I'm here to show people that you do not have to go super hardcore to have fun in Path of Exile. Even though the passive tree is incredibly daunting. A lot of the guides out there are pretty in-depth and not very new player friendly, as well as the Reddit. Just never go to the Path of Exile Reddit unless you know what you're doing. I'm going to start in just a few minutes. Just a few minutes. Oh yeah, Rex, you were the one that had the same kind of like aesthetic to your logo that I did. Very Art Deco, LA Noir type thing. I was a big fan. Just gonna wait for a few more minutes, see if we get anybody else in, and then we'll start. Yeah. I was a bar manager at a few establishments, and one of them was a speakeasy that had that Art Deco theme. and it just kind of stuck with me. And then Bioshock is just like one of my favorite games of all time, and that's basically what Art Deco is. Yes, I'm calling my fan base my patrons, and this is the tavern. Whenever I unlock subs, they will be called patrons, and you will join the tavern. Which I should unlock subs as soon as I get my average viewership to 3, which is my last goal. I'm sure it'll come to you. I've been planning on starting streaming for like a year and a half, but just recently in the past month and a half or two found the time to actually start. So the ideas, the names, the logos, all that stuff I had already kind of like pre-planned and pre-thought about while I was swamped with multiple jobs and stuff like that. But once everything calmed down, I was ready to just go. So welcome in, everybody. We're up to a couple of people now. 6 has been about my average viewership, so we'll go ahead and get started. Hello everyone, I'm the Bar Guy. And today, I'm doing a casual's guide to casual Path of Exile. Where I will walk you through the basics of Path of Exile without all of the end game confusion. I'll introduce you to the passive tree, and I'm hoping that I can get to Act 5 Kitava tonight, which is the halfway point to the end game. So starting off, for new players, you can bring your own builds to the game, but as a few of you might know, the game is very complicated, very in-depth. So I recommend going off a build guide. This will be the one that I'm doing tonight. This is a very, very introductory build. We're doing Explosive, Arrow, Ballista, Elementalist. The Elementalist version is the softcore version of this build. If you want to play hardcore, you're wild, Rick. This is the softcore version, so it's gonna have some defenses, but not a lot. The hardcore version doesn't play off of Elementalist; it plays off of Champion, and is actually really tanky. I made it to Act 5 Kitava. I made it all the way to end game on my second hardcore run with Explosive Arrow Champion. So, but there's a couple different introductory level skills. There's Explosive Arrow, Ice Shot, a couple of spell builds. But what you're really going to be looking for is League Starter. You're going to want to look for League Starter builds. So this is maxroll.gg is where you get it. And then this link right here is your Path of Building link. Once you've copied that to your clipboard, you can download this third-party app called Path of Building. And you can import that skill tree into here. So it gives you an act-by-act guide on how to build this character. So starting out in Act 1, this is the only part of the skill tree you're concerned with. Ignore everything else. Bite the skill tree off in pieces. So this is Act 1. Once you fill up all of these nodes, you just come down here, go to Act 2. And so you're widening out a little bit. And then eventually, when you're at Act 10, your skill tree will look something like this. But until we get to that point, you're not going to be concerned with all of that. You're just going to be concerned with this. And it gives you your skill setup. So this is your explosive arrow setup, your other skills, items. It tells you what kind of items to look for. And then you just basically follow this guide. We're gonna see. And then if you just want to play around with it, you can open a blank skill tree and just start filling in wherever. It gives you your resistances and damages over here. And you can go in and customize your skills, customize your items. This is just the calculations. If you want to go in depth, I haven't reached a point in Path of Exile where I'm comfortable using this page yet. I'm almost there. I'm starting to do my own build for the first time. But yes, Path of Building, necessary. Build guide for the first person, necessary. Skill tree makes... Well, I can't help you there unless you want to get a bigger tool. You can... I hear that's a thing you can get. So, but this is what I'll be doing. I'm keeping this on my other screen so that I can just reference back to it whenever I need to. All right. So we're going to create a new character. So this is Necropolis. This is the current league. There's 4 leagues a year usually, one every 3 months. Once the league is over, all of your characters get ported into Standard, which is the universal realm. You can start off in here if you want, but you can't do any of the fun Necropolis stuff. And then Hardcore Necropolis is the hardcore version, where when you die once, your character is immediately ported into Standard. It doesn't wait till the end of the league. So, I'm 800 hours into this game. This is the first league I felt comfortable doing hardcore. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot more of adrenaline rush because you have actually a penalty for dying. You don't really get a penalty for dying in softcore until like level 75, I think, where every time you die you lose 15% of your XP. So you have to regain that back and then continue to not die. Ruthless is like your drops are significantly cut. I think the drops cut by 75%. So you're going to be starved for items and skill gems and stuff like that. So I don't really like Ruthless. We're going to do just a regular character. These are all of your character choices. Your choice in character, the only thing that it influences is where you start out on this tree. So Witch starts here, Trickster Shadow starts here, Duelist starts here, Scion starts in the middle. That's the only thing that your starting character gives you, is like your place on the skill tree. Everything else is fully customizable, and your ascendancies. So the Witch is what we're going to play for the Elementalist. So these are the 3 Witch ascendancies, but we'll get more into that in Act 3. And without further ado, let's go. Explosive arrow.
Ariath is our mother. When a daughter strays from the light, she makes us...
Explosive arrow witch. Skip all tutorials because I'm going to be the tutorial. I am the tutorial now. Okay, so I'm going to change this to movement because if your left mouse button is on attack, you can accidentally click on an enemy and move towards them and attack, and then you can get yourself into some precarious situations. So I always do left click, move only, and then your attack on your right click. This is your item you get. Each class starts with a different item. Of course, the witch is going to get a wand. And this is your inventory, your flasks, and all of your armor. His throat gets eaten, and then we right-click the dude to kill him. This is a skill gem. This is how you actually do your abilities, other than basic attack. The passive tree does not give you abilities unless one of the nodes actually modifies your skill. So this is a blue skill, so it has to go into a blue socket. You see on this item there are 2 blue sockets. So the blue skills goes in the blue sockets. This little bar in between the sockets means they're linked, and I'll get into that in just a second. So this is our skill Fireball. I'm going to put that on Q so that we can now use the letter to do our attacks. You don't really need to kill these guys. I haven't cleared Act 1 or this little area in a long time. They don't drop anything, and it's honestly just better to move on with your life. I'm going to explain this in just a second, but since there's people around me, I'm going to go kill the bad guy first. So in this first area, the first boss is going to be named Hillick. He is a very simple boss, and if there's one thing you learn from this, it's run in a circle. If you keep running in a circle, he will never hit you. There. Hooray! Okay. He drops some loot. We're gonna explore the loot in just a second, once we get into town. Okay. Now that we're safe, let's apply our skill point. This is the first one. Boom. We're on the board now. Okay, so items, let's start with the jewel that I picked up in the middle. This is Arcane Surge support. So remember when I said that there is a link in between these 2 sockets? That means that these 2 skills can be linked if one of them is a support and one of them is an active. So because this is an active skill, this support gem, and I put it in here, will modify how this Fireball works. So with Arcane Surge support, you get Arcane Surge after spending a total of 15 mana. Arcane Surge grants 10% increased cast speed, 30% increased mana regeneration rate, and supported skills deal 10% more damage while you have Arcane Surge active. So this is a triggered skill that after you spend 15 mana on an ability with Fireball, so after I spend 15 mana on Fireball, Arcane Surge activates and gives me all of these bonuses. You can get up to 6 link gear on a bow, a hammer, a 2-handed sword, and body armor. Helmet, gloves, boots can all have 4 links in them. Wands, scepters, and short swords can only have 3 sockets. So this one is missing a socket. This is a yellow item or a rare item. They usually drop unidentified, and you use scrolls of wisdom to identify them. As you can see, this has a lot more lines of text than this one. This one just says 8% increased spell damage. It's white, so it's a common item. Rare items have something called affixes. So as you can see, this has 2 prefix modifiers and 2 suffix modifiers. Yellow or rare items can have 3 of each. So this club rolled with 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes already defined. You can use currency items to add or subtract away these different affixes to craft an item that you really like. There's a whole bunch of different information here, as well as like 2-handed mace, how much physical damage it does, how much elemental damage it does, how many attacks per second, its range. All of this is valid information based on the skill that you want to play. We are not using a two-handed weapon, so we are going to sell it. This is one of your vendors. You'll have two vendors in every town. You'll have a magic vendor and a weapons vendor. Nessa, it doesn't matter which ones you sell to, it'll give you the same price. Alright, so we're going to see what she has. Increased damage. Alright, so this one has 12% increased damage. So we're going to take this and put it in our second hand to give us 12% more spell damage. So these stack. Because I'm wielding 2 in each hand, I'm getting 20% increased spell damage between both of them. We'll go over some of these items in a few minutes. Tarklay is going to be your weapons dealer, but also when you turn in quests, you can get new skills. This is Rolling Magma. This is the one we're going to be leveling with until level 28 when we do the explosive arrow switch. So I'm going to take Rolling Magma. Let's see if he has anything we need. We're looking for 3-link. Anything. So like this is a 3-link, but we're not using a 2-handed mace, so we're not going to pick this up. This is a special item with a special configuration. This item has a blue, a red, and a green socket, which are the 3 colors of skills. So intelligence-based skills, strength-based skills, dex-based skills. When does the thought come in? I don't have a thought. Just emptiness going on up there. When you sell an item with these 3 links, you get a different kind of currency called a chromatic orb, which you can use to recolor the sockets. So if I wanted this to be a red and a green, I can use chrome orbs until I get a red and a green if I wanted to. But I saw a 3-socket chest that we're going to get. So each type of armor and stuff has different defensive stats. So this one has armor and evasion rating. That's based off of strength and dexterity. Energy shield is strictly intelligence, but there's also this one's evasion energy shield, armor, energy shield. So the different base types of the gear give you different defensive stats. Because we're going witch elementalist, we're going to be looking for evasion and energy shield. Maybe some armor along the way just to pad the physical defenses, but for the most part we're just going to be doing our evasion and energy shield. And you can buy skill gems that you don't get. So you get skill gems for a reward. If you don't get the skill gem you want as a reward, you can come to the vendor and usually find what you want here. But for the time being, we're going to swap out Fireball with Rolling Magma.
While we live, we are blessed.
Drop off our currency. Move our skill back to where it is. And now we're
Stench. Just like my sisters upon the pyre.
So leveling in Path of Exile is kind of it's not tedious, but it is pretty unique. We actually probably won't be killing a lot of these things. We're just going to be running past a lot of them. normally if you're just running along and you throw your skill behind you, you will kill enough mobs to get the levels you need. So like, boom, there we go. So that is not our level up, that is our skill gems level up. Yes, your skills level up. Get your waypoint. We're gonna go to the Tidal Islands. So when you click this button, Rolling Magma is now level 2. Levels are important on skills because that's how they scale into the end game. You don't want like a level 1 skill going into end game because it's not going to do a lot of damage. Every skill gem equipped will level up as you kill monsters and stuff like that. You can have a second set of weapons to level up skill gems, and I'll show you that later when we actually buy Explosive Arrow. But for the time being, just know we want to keep leveling up our skill gems so that it does more. Arcane Surge is a rare exception because the only number that goes up is how much mana you need to spend to activate Arcane Surge, and you want it to activate as often as possible. So you want this skill to be as low as possible. That's like the only exception I can think of. Early game, I like to pick up open chests and stuff like that. It doesn't really do much in the late game because you do better by spending your time doing more maps than opening chests. But for the sake of acting like this is early game, we will open up some chests along the way. This is the only boss in the game that follows your mouse. That whole run in a circle does not work with this guy. See, he follows your mouse. So you just go back and forth. Until he is dead. This is the only boss in the game that acts like this, and he's, of course, in Act 1. A lot of people will tell you this, but the early game, the first few acts of this game, are by far the deadliest. Alright, we got some loot. It's all unidentified. So you have two options here. You can either open a portal scroll back to town, which is one of these. So if you click that, you'll go back to town. You can walk back to the beginning of the area and go to the waypoint, or you can do what most people do at League Start, which is go back to your character selection screen and load right back into the game, and you'll be back at town, and you don't have to use your portal scrolls to do that. So we're going to turn in our quest reward. We're getting elemental proliferation.
Goodbye.
Alright. Now, for the sake of showing you a couple different currency items, so remember how I said this wand can have 3 sockets? You can make it have 3 sockets by using what's called a jeweler's orb. Apparently driftwood wands can only have 2, so I'm going to show you a different example. Boom. Now I want to keep it. Jeweler's orb. 3 sockets now. But you see these 2 up top, they're linked. This one down here is not linked. So if you put something down here, it will not affect these skill gems. So you can use what's called an orb of fusing and it will randomly link or unlink sockets. So that fusing could have taken away that link and left all three of these unlinked. Or you can use it and it links them all. It's random and chance. A lot of the crafting in this game is chance based, so just keep that in mind. But we need that elemental
What little help
I can find a 3-link we can use like this. But you see, it's not the right colors. If I want to use elemental proliferation, rolling magma, and arcane surge, I need all three of these sockets to be blue. So I use one of the chrome orbs that I showed y'all earlier, and I use it until they're all blue. Let's come take. Bam, all blue. Order of skills only applies in 2 instances that I know of. Cast on crit and curses. If you're applying multiple curses, they will apply in order from top to bottom, or left, right, down, right. So if these all three were curses, I could choose the order in which they get applied by where I put them in the weapon. If you're not doing curses and you're not doing cast on crit, you don't have to worry about that. You can throw them anywhere in the item you want. So let's apply our second skill point since we leveled up. And since we got the waypoint before we went to the tidal islands, we're going to waypoint back to the coast. And then we're going to go to the mud flats. These little dinosaurs are ridiculous. They're called roas, and they will stun lock you and kill you. I usually only fight them around trees so that I could like run in a circle and they can't charge me. Oh, I should probably explain what elemental proliferation does. So elemental proliferation spreads ailments. So rolling magma can inflict ignite. Whenever an enemy is ignited, it deals fire damage over time. If you have elemental proliferation, the chance to ignite is increased, and it will spread to nearby enemies. Normally, ignite only happens to enemies that are hit, but with proliferation, all they have to do is be next to the thing that is ignited. So we're just going to clear these guys out because they are dangerous. And I don't have time to be dying. I will say you don't have to go back to the town to get all of your quests. You can just do them. And still get credit for them without like getting the quest beforehand. I do highly recommend paying attention to the quests the first time you play. The lore and the story of Path of Exile is actually really freaking cool. I've played the story so many times. I don't really pay attention to the little nuances anymore. All right, so this is our first item. This blue pack means it's a magic pack. It usually has a modifier, so this one has extra life. Killing them will give you more experience than killing white packs, and they usually have better loot drops too. There is also a yellow pack or a rare pack, and those usually have one mob that has 2 or 3 affixes on it. They are much harder, than magic or white packs, and they can get pretty scary. Rolling Magma is one of my least favorite skills in the game, but unfortunately until level 28, when a lot of different builds start coming online, it is honestly the highest damage early game skill. Cool, shield. Feel free to ask me any questions along the way if I'm explaining something too quickly or not explaining it enough. Please let me know in the chat. I'm not applying my skill points immediately. You really don't have to this early. We're going to have enough damage to deal with most things right now. Oh no. Alright, so this is another magic pack. This one has cold, chill, and freeze resistant. Luckily we're using all fire skills, so I don't have to worry about that. Belt, boots. Picking up the quest item. They've rearranged some of these layouts for this area, so yeah, there it is. It's usually along the right side at some point. So turn in the 3 things we just collected, enter the submerged passage. We're gonna head back to town real fast. I believe he has a skill point or an item. Flame Wall. And Frostblink, yes. Alright, so Frostblink is one of our first movement skills, and I'll get to that in just a second. I'm going to replace this wand with this shield because it'll give us more energy shield and give us a little bit more chance to block. Early on, you're not really looking for anything in particular on your items. For boots in particular, you're looking for movement speed. Armor and energy shield is good, helps you stay alive a little bit. But for the most part, you're not really looking for any particular affix. Because we're doing a fire skill, of course, if I find a wand that does increased fire damage, I'm going to swap to that. Life is really important, so any items that have a high amount of life on it, pick those up. This is going to give us some more energy shield, so you see our energy shield is now up to 37. Let's apply our skill points from the tree we're following. One thing that not a lot of people do, but everybody should do, is keep up with your flasks. We can't upgrade our flasks right now because we're not at that level yet. But upgrading these are very important as you progress because you're going to get a bigger health pool and it's not going to be able to keep up. All right, so now we got some new skills. We have Flame Wall, Frostblink. Blue skills again go in blue sockets, but this time neither of these are support gems. You can slot 2 non-support skill gems in the same item. They're just not going to play off one another. So like Frostblink is not going to cast when I cast Flame Wall and vice versa. That's just going to give them to us to use. So Frostblink is our dash move, so I'm going to put that on my spacebar. So that I have spacebar, Q, W, E, R. just so that I have 5 buttons and I don't have to like move my fingers around. I usually keep my movement skill on the space bar just so I can spam the movement speed. These are your zones that you can go to. In the mudflats, there is an extra zone we could go clear. The reward for that is a passive skill point, and I don't really need that, so I'm not going to go do that. But when you're first starting off and you want to do quest clearing, by all means, go do it. It's actually a lot of fun. You can get some extra levels, find some cool gear, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to do the stuff that only gives you passive reset points. So back to the submerged passage. Here's our frost blink. It's got a cooldown. Oh gosh, he's here. Firewall. Firewall. Rolling magma. So flame wall is a very unique ability in that projectiles that pass through it are given a buff. So flame wall, throw the magma through the wall, and it gets extra fire damage added to it. We know it works because rolling magma, you see at the top it says spell, AoE, fire, projectile, and chaining. Any support gem that has those words in it will modify that gem. So flame wall says, where is the line? Projectiles which pass through the wall deal 3 to 5 added fire damage. This is a projectile, so therefore when it passes through the flame wall, it will deal extra damage. Those affixes at the top, spell, AoE, fire, projectile, chaining, are also how you know the affixes on your weapon will affect them. So, bonus damage to hits typically won't affect spells. You're going to want to look for bonus spell damage, increased spell damage, more fire damage, more AoE damage. All of those things on your gear will make this ability do more. So this says spell, movement, duration, cold, travel, blink, AoE. So any affixes of support gems that modify those things will affect Frost Blink. So that's how you can kind of tell which support skills will go with which active skill gems. Someone is blowing up my phone right now. So we're just gonna go along our way. Your mini map you can bring to the front. So if you know you have damage down and you don't really need to pay attention to what the enemy is doing, you can pull that up so you know exactly where you're going. And now that we got our Frost Blink, we can just Frost Blink in and out of combat if we start getting stuck. Movement skills are so important in Path of Exile. Oh, I forgot to mention, we did pick up a different kind of flask. So you have red ones are health flasks, blue ones are mana flasks. This middle one is called a utility flask. This one is a Quicksilver flask, and when you activate it, you get 40% movement speed. So this is how I run without Quicksilver, and this is how I run with Quicksilver. So movement skills plus Quicksilver means you can move through areas pretty quickly. Level up. Ooh, good. Okay, so this is a goat's horn. This is a type of wand. Goat horns add fire damage, tornado wands add lightning damage, crystal wands add ice damage or cold damage. We could use this right now, but I don't want to go back to town. We can do that after we get out of the cave. And we can see what we can make out of that. I'm not doing something like Ziz's Everything Explained. Zizarin does a very good video called Everything Explained. It's like 7 hours long where he goes in depth on everything for new players. That is useful for people who want to dive like headfirst into Path of Exile. But if you're just wanting to pick it up for a good time, not a long time, you don't really need all of the details he gives you. That's kind of why I'm doing this version of the tutorial videos. I'm just going to do like a watered down version of it. Just to get everybody going.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Dead end. And so we're out of flask right now, so we got to kill mobs in order to recharge that. Alright, so this is a sub area. There's a monster in here that will give us a skill point once we return to town. So we're going to come clear this real fast. Darkless Solar Sector. So the way you recharge your flasks without going back to town is you kill monsters. If you watch as I kill these things, eventually you'll see the charges come back up. Early game, the flasks take more monsters to rejuvenate their charges. Late game, you can buy modifiers for your flasks so that they replenish charges more quickly. Alright, so see, I killed enough monsters. Now my Quicksilver flask is full again. It's also why it's important, like I was saying earlier, to upgrade your flasks as you go, not, you know, when you find out you're a little bit too late. Because you can rip pretty easily without the right kind of flasks available. The boss should be around here somewhere. Ah yes, we're getting close. There it is. Alright. So they changed this league. This is the first time I've ever noticed they're doing this. This is what's called an essence. This is from one of the, you know, like we're in Necropolis League right now. This is from a league long past. So this monster is going to be more deadly because it is an essence. It will drop an essence of hatred, which you can use to craft your item. 3 clicks will release it, and then the fight will begin. So you can prepare, users can throw traps all around it. Totems can set up their totems in advance, but we're going to set up our firewall, click it 3 times, and the fight starts. See how long it's taken to kill it? Essence monsters are very dangerous. But thanks to Frostpoint, we can stay pretty clear from the boss. I'm frozen. So just like I can ignite enemies, they can also do ailments. So this is a cold beast, so his attacks do have a chance to freeze me. So let's go explore the wonderful world of essences. So we're not going to run back to the entrance. We're going to exit the character selection, hit play, and we're magically back in town. Get me some scrolls of wisdom. Alright, so this is a blue weapon. Remember I said yellow weapons can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes? Blue weapons can only have 1 of each. They're called magic weapons. They're usually good for early game, not so much for late game. Armor, evasion, and strength. I don't need either of those. This is nice. 12% increase damage. But it's not in the colors, so we're using the 3 blue setup. If I switch to this, I lose my support gems, so I'll lose elemental proliferation and arcane surge. So we're not going to keep that.
Yes?
So we're just going to sell all this for currency and be done with it.
We are blessed.
So this is an essence. It is an item that you get from killing essence monsters, the ones that are frozen in crystal. Using one of these will automatically upgrade it to a rare item or a yellow item, so it can have up to 6 affixes, and it tells you what it does. So for bows, it'll add cold damage. 2-handed melee weapons, it'll add damage. Other weapon, add cold damage. And then armors, quivers, and belts will add cold resistance. So I'm just going to show you what it does to this one. So adds 2 to cold damage, adds 1 to 3 cold damage to spells, 9% cold resist, and 5 life per enemy killed. That's not bad. We're doing fire, but even though we're casting a fire spell, this wand adds cold damage to it as well. So we'll be doing fire and cold damage. Talk to Tarklay, get our skill point. We have 3 skill points. We're following our build guide, so we're going to go up here. And then back to the submerged passage. You can see our map is still uncovered. I believe an instance stays live for 15 minutes. Not quite sure on that.
When I'm ready and not
But as long as you don't log out and you just return to character selection, it will save your progress. Start moving a little faster so that we can get moving along a little bit. Dead end. There's the door. Once you play the game enough, you'll kind of know roundabout how to navigate each kind of different area and zone. I've just, like I said, I have 800 hours in this game, so I kind of just... They've been mixing up the zones, so this league has been a little bit more of a challenge for me. But for the most part, you can, once you play the game enough, you'll kind of figure out how to navigate. See, some of them, like Orb of Chance, it's another kind of currency. Early game, it's just really worth it to open chests every now and then. Get out of that. Alright, so that slow field I just went through was because of that thing. It said enemies were slowed. Wrapped boots. I'm looking for movement speed, fire resistance, not it. show you that currency in a little bit as soon as I get back to town. That's for the other. That's for the other stream. God, there are other platforms for that. I can't do that on Twitch. Wild. I hope you're taking notes. I expect you to be able to play this game by tomorrow. I'll get approval to put this in the company portal. Okay, do you see what just happened? Because we have ice damage on our rolling magma, it can now freeze. And with elemental proliferation, it's got a bigger chance to freeze. So we are freezing people with fire. That is how wild this game can get. Gonna get away from the big bad boss. Throw some more orbs. Dodge all the jumping, because there's a lot of jumping. Cool beans. Hello everybody, thank you for joining in. Thanks for watching. I am live on Twitch right now. Twitch.tv/BarGuyGames. Appreciate any likes and follows so you can stay up to date on the stream. Today we're doing a little bit of a different sort of content. I died off stream again because Bleed sucks, so I thought I would help some of my friends start getting into Path of Exile by doing a casual's guide to casual Pathfinder, or casual's guide to casual Path of Exile. I'm not going to be going into the details of in-game crafting or anything like that, but I will be giving you guys everything you need to start playing. And if you so desire, you can watch other people's videos like Zizarin or any of them. Okay, I'm gonna go back to town real fast. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on 2 seconds, everybody. I'll be right back.
Stay sharp out there.
burn than call such a place home.
There's a fire. Stay sharp out there.
The tale of Brutus. Take care. Yes? Goodbye. Hello. When I'm ready, and not before.
chance brought you here, sister. To the one place where your talents are free.
Had you been my creation, brute, you'd not have fallen so easily.
That's really good for this early. Triple resist is hard to find, so the fact that we got a triple resist chest this early is really good. Elemental damage and lightning damage. We'll just sell the rest. This one gives global physical damage. We're doing fire damage, so we don't want that belt. We're going to keep that.
While we live, we are blessed.
This has armor evasion rating instead of energy shield evasion rating, but because we're this early in the game, I'm more concerned with the color of the sockets than I am anything else.
What little help I can.
So
Goodbye.
next thing I'm going to show y'all. So the end of the Act 1 boss is, her name's Merveil, and she does primarily cold damage. So an easy way to beat Act 1 is to use what's called a vendor recipe. So I'm going to buy this iron ring and any blue gem. I'm then going to sell that iron ring and that blue gem, and it will make a sapphire ring. If you do it with any an iron ring with any color skill gem will give you that color resistance. So iron ring and red skill gem gives you a ruby ring, which gives you fire resistance, and green gives you a topaz ring, which is lightning resistance. But Merveil is cold, so we're gonna buy this sapphire ring. Life is way more important than mana. If you're trying to stay alive, you want your gear to have a lot of life on it. You want your rings to have life on it and resistances. So, alright, so with this 26% cold resistance ring, you can open your character sheet by pressing C. And on the defense tab, you can look at your resistances: fire, cold, and lightning. Cap is 75, and you want to be resistance capped by Act 3, which is super easy to do, and I'll show you how to do that once I get there. So our cold resistance is at 56%, which is good, but we want it a little higher. So I'm going to dig in my stash real fast from past games. Here's an iron ring. It's blue. Oh, I'll show you all that.
Little help I can.
So let me get another blue gem. So iron ring, blue iron ring, and blue skill gem makes it white. So you don't necessarily want to just throw in any iron ring. So if this was a blue, if this was a blue ring that I actually wanted to use, which I'm not going to lie is not a bad one. I'm actually probably going to keep that iron ring. I'll use this other one. Attack speed is really good. So I'm going to do this iron ring and this blue to make this other sapphire ring. And then I'm going to keep this later because as soon as Merveille's done, I'm going to go back to life. So right now we are resistance capped. Cold resistance. We actually have 78, but we're hard capped at 75. So even the calculations will not go above 75. I'm just going to empty this. Tarclay gives us a reward. Flame Dash. This is now our primary mode of transportation.
Farewell.
See if I got totem yet.
Yes.
Holy Flame Totem. There we go. Okay.
While we live, we are blessed.
I'll show y'all totems now. Alright, so this is your totem, a totem skill. It summons a thing and it draws aggro from you. So if you're in a tough spot, you can just throw down your totem and it will draw aggro from you and also deal damage. In combination with your other skills, totems can be very dangerous for your enemies. I personally love totems. There's actually an entire class of characters that use only totems. I think it is Holy Flame Totem that is the skill right now. They just do so much damage.
This is for your own good.
You don't have to trigger the cutscene, but I think this is the way. No, it's not the way.
When I'm ready and not before.
So again, our flame dash is on our space bar. So that's how we're moving so fast. It can hold 2 charges, whereas Frostpoint could only hold 1 charge. So it lets us go a little bit faster. We're just moving right along, smashing. I don't think this is the way. So the Holy Flame Totem spits out projectiles, so we place it behind the firewall, and then the Holy Flame Totem gets the bonus for the firewall. Next area, ship graveyard.
Sirens appear to be dying now.
Just gonna use our movement spells to get through here pretty quickly. Now what I'm doing right now is I'm running around the map, but I'm also looking at my mini-map looking for this little orange icon, which is the door to the next area. So, it's not that I know where I'm going, I'm just looking at my mini-map while running, looking for where I need to go. Can you not? Thank you. Just gonna run past a lot of these guys. Oh, damn. Alright, you see, our mana flask is now no longer filling our mana bar all the way back up. I'll go over Necropolis in a second. I just collected a corpse. That's for this this league's special ability.
And I'm ready, and not before.
That's the boss. You don't actually have to kill the boss. You just need this thing, and then you can flame dash to the exit. You can kill her if you want. I usually don't. I'm just saving on time. She doesn't give you a lot or experience, but again, if this is your first time, you might want to do a clear. So Fairgraves is going to spawn an army at you. You just throw your totem up and roll some magma at them. You'll go down easy.
That's how you die properly, sailor boy. No half measures, thank you.
Oh, there's the waypoint. Let's go back to town real fast. I'm going back to town a lot. I usually do not go back to town this much. I just want to show you guys all the things as I come to them, rather than if I come to them later. Okay, so this has increased armor, life, cold resist, and movement speed. This just has movement speed and armor, and less armor at that. So again, we're not using these slots, so I don't really care what color, if they're linked, so we're just going to swap these out. This one has better life, but it doesn't have movement speed.
No veil dwell.
You, as a new player, you might want to prioritize life over movement speed if you want.
While we live, we are blessed.
That's up to you. That's a personal playstyle call. For the campaign, I usually stick with movement speed. Alright, now we're heading to the exit and on to the act boss. Oh look, it's an essence. So you see that blue icon on the map that I was looking at? This means there's an essence here. It's just like that other monster that we fought, except this is not a it's not a gold beast or a unique beast, it's a yellow beast. So this says it's overwhelms physical reduction and is fire and ignite resist, which is rough because we are a fire ignite build. So we're going to set this up, set our totems up so it'll attack the totems and not us, and we're just gonna lob at it. Wall totem, keep your totem up. Alright, you see that red dot? That is corrupted blood. That was that modifier I was telling you about earlier. I cannot stand still because that thing's physical attacks are a lot. So sometimes you just have to work it out in the situation that you're in. But I did get a really cool wand. Physical damage over time, we're not doing that. Now we're at Merveil's lair. Ooh. He dropped some good stuff. Carved wand. We'll check it out. I think the trick to this one is to follow the water. So as long as you see water, you're going in the right direction. Yep. Follow the water. Those orange rings or those red rings, that's the elemental proliferation animation. So that's how we know that our skill gems are working, or that our support gem is actually doing what it's supposed to do. Life flask, that's what we needed. So we still have the baby life flasks on, so I'm gonna swap one of them out for this one. Fire, lightning, mana, no. We don't need that. We got move speed, we're good right now.
I barely recognize myself.
Luckily, they do, in fact, just all run into your skills. So, superior, greater life flask. So, just like your equipment, your flasks can also roll quality. Quality will increase whatever the potion is modifying. So, quality increases life recovered here. For Quicksilver flask, if you do quality on that, it'll increase the duration of the Quicksilver flask, so you can run faster for longer. So you always want to be upgrading your flasks. Oh, look at that! And we got a mana flask too. I promise I haven't been let into streamer queue. I'm not that popular yet. So this one's 12% quality, and it's got 78% mana recovered. Now notice, when I had a full mana flask, and when I swapped it out, it went to empty. Whenever you swap your flasks, it will go empty. Yes, you have to use it every time. Every time. Nobody's got time for surprise babies. Just like every time, you gotta make sure your flasks are alright. Flasks are everything. Ah! We went in a circle. That is another wild thing about this, is some of these layouts just bring you all the way in the same direction. Oh wow, we're up to 10 viewers. Thanks everybody. Hope everybody's having a great night. Thanks for joining the stream. Oh, that's the red ones. The red ones explode. And they deal a lot of damage. I'm currently live on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. So if you wouldn't mind hopping over to the other platforms and giving me a follow there, I do appreciate it. I'm very close to affiliate. That is my current goal, and that is concurrent viewers on Twitch. quote unquote. So, trying to get that number up. Once I get that, I should make affiliate in the next week or two. Oh, there's 2 essences here? Nah! Stop sending the red ones. Saw how I set that up? So because the boss fight doesn't start immediately, I can set up my entire combo and have it ready to go as soon as the monster breaks free. Man, we're just getting all the levels. Fire damage. I'm gonna go the ignite route because we're doing damage over time, so I want more. I want more ignite chance and more ignite damage. Boss fight. Throw down your firewalls and your totems. Thanks to the insane amount of cold res we already have, she should go down pretty quickly without being able to damage us too much. She can only do cold damage, so I'm literally negating 75% of her damage just by having those cold rings. Hey, and she's dead. Pick up a few gold things to sell. Now we're on to Act 2.
It's nice to see this.
Once I get to the forest encampment, I have to go Chaos Orb. That's wild that dropped this early. I was not expecting on explaining that just yet. Maybe I did get dropped into Streamer Queue. Streamer Queue doesn't exist, it's just an ongoing joke. Ongoing joke in the Path of Exile community. Alright, this is one of the unique enemies here. The thing about unique enemies in Path of Exile is have any unique drops assigned to them. They're just unique enemies there for like story and atmosphere purposes. Why is my screen shaking? Thank you. So identify some of these things. Oh, those are some good. 25 life, armor. Yeah, we'll swap these out. Life and armor.
What troubles you?
We're not keeping any of this because this is all going to be irrelevant in a little bit. Because we aren't okay. So the gloves had dexterity on it, which if you come to my I had 14 dexterity. That set of gloves was giving me 11 extra ones so I could wear this chest plate. I sold the gloves, so now this chest plate I can't use anymore because part of the requirements is 16 strength, 16 dex, and 35 intelligence. So I'm going to have to take that off until I find a new chest, which I can come over here and do.
What troubles you?
Looking for a chest. This will do. Alright, and we're fixed. So I'm going to hold on to this until we get our decks back, because that is an actual really good chest piece. Just drop our currency off. Adapt. Okay. Alright, I need to go let the animals back in. I will be right back. How's everybody doing? Sorry about the delays. Please join me over here on Twitch. I do appreciate it. We are on our path to affiliate. But that's what makes it good, though. We're just gonna pass up a lot of these guys. If you just throw your firewall up and throw your magma behind you or to the side. You'll get most of them, and you don't have to kill the whole pack to get the batch of experience. So, wall, totem, rolling magma. You'll kill that wave in hindsight, and then you can just keep moving on. Waypoint. So, see, even though we're not killing every pack, we're still leveling up just fine.
When I'm ready and not before.
Your trouble.
Alright, so in this act there's 3 bandits. You can either help them and get these benefits, increased attack and cast speed, avoid elements, and move speed. They're honestly not that worth it. I usually kill them all and get the skill point instead. The skill point on your passive tree does a lot more than these. You can get these easily on a piece of gear. So we're just gonna kill them. This is the first of the 3 bandits. We will.
Kind of disappointing, really.
Alright, go back to character select so we don't have to use a portal scroll.
I have seen.
So, yeah. Yep. Go back to the crossroads. I'm not going into the league mechanic. It is a very complicated league mechanic, and if you want to explore it as a new player, you're more than welcome to, but it is not mandatory by any means. Also, if you just follow the cobbled road, you'll usually get to where you're supposed to go. I hate that rolling magma is such a strong skill. I hate using it. Damn, did you take a pill for that or something? We're getting old, bro. We usually don't get that way.
When I'm ready and not before.
We're getting old. Iron ring. In case we need to make another ring for element resistances. Oh, crap. I only had the Twitch stream on. You're welcome. You're welcome again. How's that? How is that? It is my job to entertain, after all. Level 2. Honestly, Holy Flame Totem is so strong you really don't even actually need to use Rolling Magma unless it's a boss encounter. Just cleaning them up. I don't know how many degrees of hardness you have, but like I flame dashed like 10 times in the past 10 seconds. I hope you're okay. Because you know what happens when Metapod uses harden too much. The lag, though. Rustic Stash is physical damage, Heavy Belt is strength. We're not doing minions, so. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is a keystone. These are all over the place. They're usually at the end of a branch or at the end of one of these little nodes. These usually drastically either increase or decrease your stats. So this one gives you 10% more fire damage over time and just 30% flat fire damage. These circles, these bigger ones, are called notables. They alter how the base game functions. So this one is Mind Over Matter. It says 40% of damage is taken from mana before life. So when an incoming hit happens, it will take 40% of your mana before taking from your life. These are not usually as a part of a node. This is just an ability itself. So like this one over here says, I can't deal damage with skills myself. All of my damage has to come from my totems. And then I get +1 to the number of totems. So like if I took this right now, my Rolling Magma will do 0 damage. But I could have 2 of the Holy Flame Totems active at a time. Then you have these, which I'll take next time. These are called Masteries. When you select this, you can choose any one of these 6 options. For each mastery. So there's 6 life masteries, I believe, on the whole passive skill tree. So every time you take one of these, you just choose a different one of the 6. You don't have to take all 6. You just take the ones you want. Spell damage, fire damage, and lightning damage. Ooh. I don't have level skills, physical gems, but I will definitely upgrade to this. And then do some recoloring. That is a very nice upgrade. And we got a flask upgrade. Not even worth selling. Let's see if I have anything for early game for fire. Early game fire. Oh, there we go. Attack speed and cast speed. We don't need to worry about anything else in my stash for now. A lot of that stuff is very in-gamey. Alright, so we're just going to keep on going. We can't go too deep into the Cavern of Sin yet. But if we go ahead and get this unlocked now, go ahead and get this waypoint, we can just fast travel to it later.
The air stinks of dormitory.
Again, highly recommend you pay attention to the lore on your first run through. It's actually a really cool game. It's got a really cool story arc, and spent a lot of time building the world and stuff like that, so it is definitely worth paying attention to the first time around. So unlock that and go back to town. Now we go the opposite way. I told you. When Metapod uses Harden too much, he explodes. I get that checked out. I'm not responsible for any bodily harm that comes from flame dashing. Chromatic. Alright, I picked up one of these earlier and I forgot to go into detail, but these are shrines. They're usually guarded by 1 or 2 packs of mobs, and the shrine gives the enemies, the mobs, the ability until you pick up the shrine. And this shrine is, I have increased life, area of effect, and size. Ah, it's the purple ones. The purple ones explode. So a big gripe a lot of people have with GGG right now is they have a lot of on-death effects and Flora's lava effects where there's just damage chilling out and you're not really sure where it comes a lot of the time. For the most part, it's very obvious. They fixed the most egregious one this league, which is Detonate Dead. So this way should be the lair of the spiders. Yep. There it is. The Weaver's Den. Let's give this ours. Alright, so we're going to take this now. And I just want the flat 50 life. So now we have 1 mastery point. Some of your passive nodes will give you bonuses based on the number of masteries you have. They are very powerful, and I recommend taking as many of them as you can possibly take. I mean, as long as it's within your, within the purview of your build. Some of the affixes on these monsters are just wild early. There's Weaver. So again, I'm just looking at my map and looking for the door. She's going down pretty fast. Again, we're not going to be wasting portal scrolls. We're just going to be backing out and going back in. Takes about the same amount of time. Saw that quartz wand. What does it do? Fire damage, accuracy rating, light rating. Nah.
What?
Nah, ours, the one we have on, is better.
Going?
Since we got the waypoint, we just go. The second bandit is here. Alira's hideout should be right around here. Alright, this is the only bandit that you might consider taking as a new player. Just because her boon is really good. So she gives you critical strike multiplier, and this is the big one, 15% to all elemental resistances. So if you're not used to crafting gear yet, and you're having a hard time getting to your 75% threshold, if you help Alira, you'll just get 15% added to your total. And you can go back later and undo it and get your skill point, but we're good right now, so we're just going to kill her. Just going to kill the witch. Standing dead.
You missed a valuable
Greater
lesson,
mana
sister.
flask.
Never let the power go to you.
Oh, I didn't want to do that. Alright, so this is a rolled flask. Just like items, magic flasks can have a prefix and a suffix. Seething reduces the amount recovered, but recovers it instantly, whereas this one will recover 78 over 3 seconds. This one will recover 41 instantly. And if you use it while you're chilled or frozen, you get immunity to being chilled or frozen for 7 seconds. This one is okay, I guess. Don't really have to worry about getting frozen at the moment. So I'm just going to not use that one. I'd rather have the whole 78 mana regen than a 41 instant right now. We have one more thing to do here. Pick that up. Back to character selection. Okay. I want to talk about the build we're doing real fast. We're doing Explosive Arrow, which relies heavily on attack speed. Short bows are unique in that they have a 1.5% attacks per second, or 1.5 attacks per second. And it does have upgraded versions, a Grove Bow and a Thicket Bow, but the higher you go up, the harder it is to color and craft and stuff. So short bows are really where you're going to want to collect. It's a collection of short bows because they get harder as the league goes on, because this is a level 5 bow, but when I'm level 87 I'm still going to want to roll a short bow, and you can do that with essences. This will raise the level of your item to whatever the essence is, but that's just that's bows, even though we're not using bows right now.
Hello.
So we're not gonna sell currency, that's dumb. We're gonna sell that too.
Travel far.
Now we're back to the riverways. To kill the last bandit. We're gonna kill Oak now. Scepter. Scepters are really good for elemental damage. It also lets you use an ability called Leap Slam, which is really convenient for movement around the map. There we go, that's what I want on the waypoint. I saw oaks. Recurve bows, critical strike, not attack speed, so I'm not interested in that. If I was playing Ice Shot or Lightning Arrow, I would be more interested in that. Well, I thought I saw it. Here's another shrine. Diamond shrine. All right, Oak, where'd you go? There he is. Not to be confused with Professor Oak. He's not in this one. And of course we're gonna kill him. Oh, that's a unique
This
mask.
land has no time for avaricious little despots like you, Oak.
Alright, so this is an orange item, known as a unique item. Most of them are very, very bad. I'd say less than 1% of all uniques in the game are actually useful in the end game. Most of them are really good for leveling, but the campaign is honestly like 20% of Path of Exile. The other 80% is what happens after the campaign. So, mines have 41% increased detonation speed. So we're not doing mines, so this is not really for us. But I am building a mine character at some point in this league, so I will hold on to this. Oh, that's really good for crit. Man, another crit. Okay. And this is the mastery for fire. Let's see what we're gonna get. I think we're going to do this one. It's like I told Squanch, I'm not responsible for hardness related injuries. Not responsible. You know the dangers. You've seen what happens when Metapod uses harden too many times.
Hello. Return. There's
Turn in all these quests. More skill points. Malagara's Spike. So the Chamber of Sins. Is it really? Are you sure? I've had people say that before and then show up completely unprepared, and it was a bad time for everybody. It was a bad time for everybody. Ah, there's just a unique mob dying over here. Last, it's a dead end. Last, it's another dead end.
When I'm ready and not before.
There we go. I was gonna say we got Nameless Seer. We do not have Nameless Seer. Alright, so I'm not going to do this part of the level because I've already done it, but I will show you. Well, I'll do this one. So this is one of 6 trials of ascendancy you come across between Acts 1 and 3. When you finish all the trials, you can ascend to your class. So I'm playing Witch right now. After I ascend, I'll be playing Elementalist, which gives you 2 of those notables I was talking about earlier that change how the class plays. So we're going to dodge the Saw Blades. Okay. Another teachable moment. That green thing that just went into that spider was a ghost. That's basically Path of Exile's equivalent of a loot goblin from Diablo. Except when they interact with a rare mob, a yellow mob, they make it very much more difficult. But it also increases the experience you get from it, and it really does give you some good stuff sometimes. So killing ghosts are actually pretty worth it. I would say not so much on hardcore because, you know, in hardcore you don't get a second chance if you die. But in softcore, yes, kill all of them. Kill all of them.
That thing! It's loaded everywhere!
Well, that was a little bit easy. Oh yes, let me talk to Helena.
Piet?
Okay. Hello everybody, welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for joining. We're doing the casual guide for casual Path of Exile. I'm just skimming over the top just to let you guys know how to play it without being too intimidated by the passive tree. If you want a more in-depth explanation, Zizarin's Everything Explained is what you want to go watch, but you know, not a lot of some people don't want to go 100% in depth. They just want to, you know, play the game for what it is. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm just trying to give you guys enough information so that you can play, but not necessarily go into detail about how to craft items. Ash, Herald of Thunder. We're gonna do Thunder, I think. Yep. Alright. So this is our first Herald skill. I'll turn that on in a second.
Going.
Hello.
Alright, so this right here is a aura. It's a passive. So when I turn it on, it's going to reserve a portion of my mana to give me this continuous effect. So it gets 15% of my physical damage as extra fire damage. So I'm currently dealing 14 to 27 physical damage with just my wand. So 15% of that is being added to my fire damage. Base burning damage is 25% of my overall damage, and I'm getting 2% more burning damage by having this active. So for this little bit of mana, I get all of those. There's one for ice and thunder, and I think physical too. So heralds are cool, aura skills are cool. Again with the dead ends. Geez, there's a lot of gold monsters right here. Oh, yeah, that's the way. Ooh, I'm gonna fall. Mana plans. Alright, so I forgot they actually did this early now. So this is an Altar of Corruption. This does the same thing that a Vol Gem would do. This will corrupt an item. When you corrupt an item, you can get one of 4 possibilities. The first thing, it'll do nothing. The second thing, it will brick an item. So if this gold item, if I corrupt it, it can turn it back into a white item. 3, it'll change the colors and give it a white socket. It'll change the randomize the links, stuff like that. Or 4, it'll give it an implicit modifier. So you know how this is 15% increased spell damage? Well, there's a 25% chance it could give this shield a second implicit modifier, which cannot be changed. So what do I want to corrupt? Let's do the body armor. Let's see what I can get. See, it turned the blue socket white. White sockets can have any color gem in them. Pretty simple. But once this item is corrupted, it cannot be changed. So like if I try to transmute this, so it's white right now, this should turn it blue. It says the target is corrupted. So you cannot change it once it's been corrupted. Corrupting is a very late game, very late game strategy with crafting. That's usually what you do when you're ready to start crafting your end game gear. I don't know why they were like, hey, let's put this in the early game, but now y'all know. I don't usually start touching corrupt crafts until I'm at least in red maps. I know they were trying to increase exposure to late game mechanics early game, but giving you corruption this early is really not useful at all. You can also, like, if you don't know what you're doing, let's say that was the only armor piece I had and I corrupted it and it made it unusable, like I would just a chess piece and I'd have to go find another one. Another shrine. Okay, so we're about to encounter a different league mechanic. This is called Bestiary. See the yellow icon? That is a yellow beast. Whenever you start attacking a yellow or a red beast, this dude, Ironhar, shows up. He is in charge of the menagerie, which holds very strong creatures. You can go to the menagerie and fight those strong creatures in exchange for unique weapon crafts, unique weapons, flask crafts, things like that. So this is another yellow beast. They're significantly harder than normal monsters and can be quite rippy. Always approach them with caution if you're doing them on hardcore. This is yet another league mechanic. It's called Ritual. The minions around this little pillar. You click on the pillar, all the minions will respawn and give you alter currency. I can't remember what they call it. But you click on the tribute, they give you tribute. So, and you can, if they randomize the rewards for the tribute, this would be really good. You usually get 3 or 4 rituals in an area, so this is the first one. I'll have 2 more rituals to get enough tribute in order to buy any of these items. I don't normally go back in the Dread Thicket, but I wanted to show you guys where you get your first hideout. Oh, there's another ritual right here. This ritual will not interact with the ritual from the other area. If you encounter 2 in a row, they do not stack. They are independent of themselves. So here we go. Starting it up. This one shoots apparently ice laser beams. I actually haven't. I don't interact with ritual that much. I will in the story, but
When I'm ready and not before.
okay. So see, we got a completely different set of items in this one. Ooh, movement speed, life, resistances. And as we do more of the rituals, more of these hidden items will become visible. They're just throwing everything in this. This is yet another league mechanic. Strong boxes. This one is unidentified, but you can use a wisdom scroll to identify it. Revives nearby dead monsters with onslaught and it explodes. All of this happens when you activate it. So it freezes me when it's activated. It spawns 3 packs of monsters and does all of these things. I do not do these if it freezes me, usually. But we're doing this for content, so here we go. For the content.
Too much clutter.
Just let them slowly burn to death. Still nothing I want, but I have a full bag, so I'm going to return to town real fast. For nothing. Curry pillows are always worth it. They suck so much.
Nothing like this.
Alright, so this ring does give me increased fire damage, so I will be swapping out for that. What does this one give me? Socketed melee gems, life, evasion, cold resistance. So I'll be selling all this. But I will be putting on this topaz ring for fire damage purposes. We got a bigger mana flask, so we're going to swap out our mana flasks.
Prepared.
And then we can go back through our portal to go exactly where we were when we left.
Rare anonymous gifts.
We're looking for a very specific thing in here because this is how you get your hideout. And it's also how you get max res capped early. There it is. Alright, so anytime on a map you see a blue fleur-de-lis, a regurt, that is a hideout you can unlock. And that is where you do all your crafting. And of course the ritual is right here. Chaos. Increased cold damage. We're not doing cold damage. When you level up, Soul Eater for 5 minutes. Okay, so if I don't want any of these things, I can hit this button up here, re-roll it, for a new set of items. Let's see what we got. Increased attack speed. That's really good. Yeah, I think we just take that for the attack speed. 763 remaining. Fire resistance, cold resistance. I'll just take the currency. Okay. So whenever you encounter a hideout, you have to clear the hideout. Another regret. That's pretty rare. Okay, so we cleared it, we get the hideout. This is how you get rid of res capped early. So you're gonna go to the blue fleur-de-lis again to your hideout. Now I bought this hideout, the Cosmic Space Turtle. Most hideouts you can find, I think there's 9 hideouts in the game. I can't remember. Anyway, once you get your crafting bench, what am I missing? So I have 44 lightning resist, 13 cold resist, and 28 fire resist. So I'm looking for open suffixes because resistances go on suffixes. It's full, corrupted, full, 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 full. Okay. Really unlucky on those rolls. But let's just take this for example. This is a white item. I want cold resist on this. Level 12, cold resist. If I choose 24, it'll be over leveled and I won't be able to use the item. So boom, cold resist. So I'm at 29 cold resist. I need to do way better than that. Do I have anything I can use for right now? No? Okay. Well, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. This is a life ring. Oh, we get 2 stone rings already. Okay. Alright, so 2 stone rings will give you resistances of 2 elements. So this one is a cold and lightning, this one's a cold and fire.
Go with the spirit.
Now, we're going to use magic transmutes to try and get other resistances on it. This is a prefix life, so I can craft another resistance onto that. See, prefix. So we're going to do the same thing with this one. It's not a good prefix. It's got a prefix and the suffix. Oh, but it's the suffix we want. It's life and fire resistance. So this one has cold, lightning, and fire. We're going to go back to our hideout. This is fire cold. We're going to craft lightning on this one. So now with just buying those 2 rings, we're up to 61 fire, 59 cold, and 60 lightning. This one has 15% cold resist, so we're going to go with these gloves. Oh, and it has an open suffix, so we're going to go craft some more resistance on it. It already has cold, you can't craft it twice, so we're going to go with fire on this one. So now we're 74 cold, 75 fire. All we need is one more thing to craft some lightning resist on. Actually, I think I can do this. So this currently has lightning resist, but it's pretty bad, so we're gonna use alterations on it until we get, is that a prefix? Yeah. It was lightning, yeah. 70% lightning. I could continue going until we get perfect resists, but honestly at this point, this early in the game, lightning resist isn't absolutely critical. So 70, at least 70% resistance is going to keep us very much alive. And for a witch, having 675 health right now is really freaking good. And even though I've played this league a little bit, I'm hardly using the stuff I've gotten already. So everything I'm doing is 100% like new player accessible. Armor, lightning resist. Hey, there's our lightning resist. There's extra elemental damage and extra life. We're taking that, just slapping it right on. That is going to hurt our cold. But it has an open suffix, so we're going to go craft cold on that as soon as I get to the next waypoint. Oh, turn my herald back on.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
There's the last one. Oh, there it is. God damn it. Take it out. Okay. Here is the red beast and the yellow beast, and another yellow beast. Again, extremely dangerous. They will sometimes do abilities that just hurt your eyes to look at. Short bow, picking it up. So many bears. All right. Where are we going? Okay. So we did just take a notable. This one says I can't deal spells that do critical strikes in the past 8 seconds deal more elemental damage. The critical strikes themselves do not deal damage, but instead the damage over time. So like when my rolling magma ignites, it will deal more elemental damage. One of the most confusing layouts in the game, except as soon as I say that, the next door is right here. This isn't the way. Stop giving me things to explain early. Jesus. A lot of this stuff doesn't come into play till way later. Oh, isn't that convenient? It's just right here. Oh, that's the other floor. There we go. Wow, what a wonky ass layout. Alright, now we wait a whole ass minute for this boss to spawn. Boom, Act 2 done. See, this game isn't hard.
A pity. I think we could have been friends.
See, anybody can do this. Too much clutter. Sadness.
When I'm ready, and not.
Stand up faster. Thank you.
That would just make life complicated.
What level am I at? 27? Okay. I need to sell some things and I can move on.
A strike.
Yeah, those are my attack speed gloves.
Don't do anything I would.
Alright, I'm gonna set them in a separate stash tab because we will be swapping to explosive arrow in this act. So attack speed, cast speed. Just leave all this right here. Make round town.
That would just make life complicated.
There's another strong box. I don't really want to do the strong box right now. I just want to get to the crematorium.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
Ah, so dead end, isn't it? Yep. Spirit shield. There we go.
When you build something like this, you make persecution a way of life.
Alright, there's one of the Trials of Ascendancy over there. I am not going to go do it because I've already done it. And I also want to leave you guys with some air of mystery as to what to do. Where this isn't a comprehensive guide, this is just the casual guide to getting you started. There's piety.
There she is, my working pony. Let's see if Raycraft has been good to you, Witch.
There we go. Piety down. That's not a good one. Turn this in, get the sewer keys.
I need to get... Be careful.
Now we go into the sewers.
When I'm ready, I'm not...
Picking up all these busts along the way. They should be marked by an exclamation point on your map. These will give you a another skill point when you turn them in. Ow. Alright, there's the last one. I use the dead end. Man, those fire ignite resist mods are wild. Alright, so I'm heading here. Went the whole ass wrong way. Ooh, quality, I will take that. This door goes to one of your trials of ascendancy. And again, I've already done them, so I'm not doing them again. Essence. Einhar again. That's odd. Very Pokeball Einhar. God.
When I'm ready, I'm not...
See what I mean when I told you movement abilities are amazing? You can just skip right over stairs. Like, who needs stairs when you have a movement speed on a movement ability? That's a full-length helmet. I'll take that. Where are all the ducks? There they are. Aha, quality again. Excellent. I might actually get to show you guys necro crafting anyway. Alchemy, those are good ones. Fusing, those are good ones too. Yeah.
I no longer need fear. Destiny is seen to that.
He just came up in here like Garen. Upgrading life flask, upgrading mana flask.
That would just make life complicated.
Listen, I will. Goodbye.
That was not the mission quest.
Tolman.
Okay, so
General
we
Grievous.
just got our first curse. Flammability is one of several curses that, well, they curse. Flammability reduces fire resistance, hypothermia resistance reduces cold resistance, elemental weakness reduces resistances to all the elements.
Stay out of the shadows.
That's pretty straightforward, to be honest. I think we go over here to we're gonna do that. Oh yeah, we're supposed to go craft cold on that belt. Charges per use, not recovered. Hey, that's a good one. Oh, the suffixes are full. I don't have any good prefixes this early. This one was the one for cold. And now we're res capped. So we're not even done with Act 3, and we're already resistance capped. Want to see. Back to the battlefront.
I'd love to see the insides of this spell. As bright when I'm ready and not before.
Ah, where are all the mobs? Jeweler's strong boxes are usually worth it. You can get some pretty amazing rings, belts, amulets out of those strong boxes. It's one of the few that I actually do regularly during the campaign. Most of the time I just ignore strong boxes. Come on. Let's go a little faster. And not run in a circle. Well, that's just annoying. Hey, Dark Synergy, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome to the Casual's Guide to Path of Exile.
When I'm ready and not before.
You and the cockroaches.
I like that.
This is for the people that don't have enough time to dive headfirst into everything Path of Exile, but still want to play the game. think this guy gives his
The
passive
gently-
now.
You.
No.
Goodbye, Exile.
Okay, back to the sewers. We are almost ready to switch to explosive arrow.
This is a god's sign. Where were your children, Exile?
Vicious did not even know what hit him. Oh. And we're detonating dead? Jeez. That was a lot. Another essence. We always do these because essences are incredibly valuable. Why is everything detonating dead? That little light fuse sound you kept hearing, that was a spell called Detonate Dead, and it is extremely deadly. We usually don't fight that guy. That guy will just one tap you randomly. Detonate Dead deals damage based on the corpse that was detonated. The amount of health the corpse they detonated had. So if the corpse had 1,000 HP, Detonate Dead deals that much damage to you. There's some other math that goes into calculating all that, but you get the gist. It deals damage based on the life of the corpse that was detonated. So anytime you hear that noise, you're about to have a bad time. This is the first league where they made that sound though. It used to not make that distinctive sound. You just randomly get exploded and have no idea what actually killed you. Okay. This is another little side piece of content called a Vol side area. They're little micro instances inside of different areas in Path of Exile. They have, so this one says players cannot inflict exposure, so my skills wouldn't be able to ignite, freeze, chill, or anything like that. And then the monsters in here deal 35 extra physical damage as lightning damage. I don't feel like dealing with all that, so we're just going to keep going. Although Vol side areas are some of the best areas in the game to try to get a 6 link, which you won't really need to start caring about until you get to Act 8 or 9. And even then, like, you can easily get to maps with a good 5 link, and then you can start working towards an actual good 6 link. More on death effects. Everybody loves those. Stop it. You can also just blink through doors and grates with a dash ability like Flame Dash. As long as you time it right. Piety, round 2. Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Alright, so when you get Piety low, she'll do one of two things. She'll go into a blue portal and start shooting arrows at you, or she'll go into a red portal and start stabbing you. But if you kill her fast enough, she just dies.
I loved your work, Piety. It was you I wasn't very fond of.
Alright. On to the left. The explosive arrow swap. Guess it doesn't really matter which one I take here. I'm not using any of these.
You have claimed the most. Why are you still standing there?
Party's off to make them.
Let's see what this is. Let's go for poison bills. Nope.
Good luck to you. How you doing?
Okay.
Watch yourself.
Piety. Tread
There.
carefully.
the skill point I was looking for. We are almost done with Act 3 and about to swap. Ooh, 4 link. That'll be useful in T-minus 5 seconds. Where's the library? Is it this way? Yep. Alright, this is a very important area. Early game. It is technically a side area, but this is how you get access to skill gems you don't normally have access to. So the way it works is like, so while a witch can use any skill in the game as long as she has the appropriate weapon, she doesn't get all of them as part of quest rewards. There are some that she does not get as a part of natural, like, story progression. Explosive Arrow is one of those abilities. So in order for me to get Explosive Arrow, I have to unlock the library. Oh, there's a jeweler's. I'll look and see what that is. Sioza.
Remember, life.
Okay, so the ghost gives you a quest to find the 4 golden pages in the library, and once you do that, he will give you access to all of the skills.
When I'm ready, I'm not prepared.
Well, that's a dead end. Just looking for the loose candle. Right there. Hey, Giant Man, what's up? That's going good. Ripped again. This time to bleed. Because I did not have my bleed flask on me in the labyrinth. As I was not aware there was any significant amount of bleed mobs inside the labyrinth, but I guess there was. So, a few of my friends were thinking about getting into Path of Exile, so I'm doing a like casual's guide to Path of Exile, get them going. We're doing softcore right now, so I'm doing the fun version of Explosive Arrow. the Elementalist version of Explosive Arrow. Yeah, I know. It sucks too, because I literally just got the transfigured version of Lancing Steel. It took me 23 lab runs to get the transfigured Lancing Steel. I was not amused. And what sucks was I could have sold I could have sold the transfigured Detonate Dead for a Divine. Because it was 23 quality, because I used one of my 23 green gems that I just found randomly while leveling. And I could have sold that Lancing Steel for 70 Chaos. Was not aware that those skills were that pricey. But that's fine. I've never actually played the unhinged version of Explosive Arrow, so I kind of want to see what it does when I don't have to keep up with resistances and things like that. So it'll be fun. I can't take that yet. I gotta get my stuff. I'll figure it out.
Let's speak again.
The one thing I still don't like about Ciozza is you gotta go back to town and take your currency with you. Because it doesn't directly link to your stash.
My knowledge.
What build are you doing right now? You still min-maxing Corrupting Fever, or... totems, ballista totem. Oh, really? Nice. I haven't really dug back into Diablo 2. I was trying to get really good at hardcore this league. I know a lot of people were over it because the tier 17s were just absolutely ridiculous. So I'm kind of using this league to try to get good with hardcore for now. Doing that, and I'm going to try to play Hunt a little bit. I do enjoy Hunt. Elemental Proliferation. I already got one of those.
Remember, life is precious.
I need a dex node. How much am I short on dex? I'm a lot short on dex. Jade Amulet, where did you go?
What is it?
Okay.
See you.
Let's give this a little roll. Yeah. It is PvPvE. I highly recommend it. It's on a smaller map than Tarkov. It's 12 people. And so 4 teams of 3 or 6 teams of 2, 12 singles, or any combination of those that equal 12. There's a bounty on the map, and you all have to, your goal is to get there before the other teams do. One of the best $40 games I've ever bought. Highly recommend. Okay, I'll take it. Still taking it. See if I can add a little bit more dex to it. It has a very very active support team behind it. I think they're working on getting a new map out pretty soon. New map, new boss. Ugh, I need strength, don't I? Just gotta prefix. Alright, so. Oh, that's right, I need to do. Oh, yeah. I was hearing all about that today. they basically just shot their whole business in the foot behind pay to win. That is rough. I read that it wasn't even just the PvE part, the single player part that was pay to win. Like they were actually including like it actually bled over into the PvP pay to win, which is just wow. That's one way to ruin a good thing. So I need to get my decks up. So now we can go hit some dex nodes. Where am I at? Interesting. We can actually go here, here, here. And we hit this damage over time multiplier. So now I have to do dex on items. So that's right, we don't do a swap yet. Alright, let's go kill Exile. Yeah, I know a lot of people are upset about that. I would be too.
Stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth, within the...
Just sell all my stuff.
What is it? Watch yourself.
justice will prevail.
What class you running in D2?
Oh, the weary traveler draws.
Oh my gosh, I know. I hate. Oh, I both love and hate necrocrafting.
And the world attends.
It is so tedious.
Make your mark.
So tedious. Damn.
Such resilience. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
I just started placing corpses in graves and hoping for the best. I did get some pretty banging stuff out of it, but not through any effort of my own. I was just like, this looks like this would work together. This looks like this would work together. Let's do it. But Reddit is like flooded with 5 and 6 fractured items, like 5 and 6 fractured explicits. I'm like, y'all are wilding out here.
When I'm ready, I'm not prepared.
Oh, nice. That's a good build. I say as I'm also running explosive arrow. God, it really has been a long. I was just trying to remember the last time I actually spent any time in D2. It's been a minute. I'm waiting for No Rest for the Wicked to come out. That's going to be a good game. I already bought the early access. If I wasn't so concerned with streaming right now, I'd probably be playing that right now. I'm so close to affiliate. So close. I just gotta keep an average of 3 concurrent viewers over my average hour streamed. So I think I should be there in about a week or 2. Okay, I guess the other door is behind the puzzle that I don't want to do. Feel that. Very much agree. Because I still want to go back and play old games that I haven't played in a while too. Like I want to go back and I want to stream Bioshock. I haven't played that in a long time.
When
Want to
the
play it
time
again.
comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death.
So we do take the Dex mode, the Dex node.
Some things that slumber should never be awoken. Make your mark. You were born for this.
And not
Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited for Noah's for the Wicked though. I watched Aziz play it on his stream the other day. I got a few drops from his stream. It looks really, really good. It's like Dark Souls meets Path of Exile. All the fun of an ARPG plus all the fun of dodge mechanics. Ah. Wow, really? Double dead end? Rip. I swear the lab this league is so tedious. I haven't had like a single file labyrinth this entire league.
when I'm ready and not before.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Wow. First goddamn try, Lancing Steel Spring. Are you kidding me? Oh well, I'm selling that thing for some money.
Feed a storm with savage intent, and not even the strongest walls will hold it back.
After taking 23 tries on hardcore, sweating every time I go into the lab. That'll be good for Archmage. Okay.
What is it? See you.
On hardcore, it's a lot. Trade. I really need to get Awakened PoE trade. This is kind of tedious. That's a cool 90C. I'll list mine for 80. All right. So we just use Cool Rain until maps. That was fast. Cool 80C profit right there. Okay, so we're using these gloves because more increased attack speed. Same. Lab is very tedious, and I don't like it. Whoops.
You looking sharp?
Where's my armor evasion? I guess this will do.
Don't do anything like that.
Alright, let's get this to have red, red, green. Hey. That'll do. Red, blue. Blast, I still need more. Hey, what's up, Orpheus? We're currently in the midst of the explosive arrow swap.
Come over here.
This is always a little bit of a painful part. Armor, yes.
Good luck to you.
Open suffix is good. No, not the horror crafting station.
That would just make life
Let's get a
complicated.
quiver.
You're looking sharp.
Make sure nothing adds fire to attacks. Oh, I can't use these gloves. Even though they got attack speed on them. That makes me so sad.
Good luck to you.
That one hurt. This is always the most tedious part.
You getting by?
The swap.
Don't do anything I would.
Oh nice, open suffix. Still capped resistances. I would get like the lowest roll on that. Oh well, okay. As long as nothing adds fire damage to attacks. Increased armor. Okay. Nothing adds fire damage to attack. Just make sure. Physical damage. Yes. No fire damage to attacks.
Yes.
Mate.
Now I just need...
Stay out of the shadows.
Go ahead and start leveling these things up.
Need something? Be careful.
Oh, I forgot to get my skill point from Act 1.
I thought you were a fool. Goodbye.
Us.
There is no.
Damn me. My knowledge.
Skitterbutts.
Remember, life is precious.
Do I have skitterbutts? I should have skitterbutts.
May reason.
Okay, can't do anger. Oh, malevolence. Precision. Precision. Oh, blink arrow. Hey. Okay. I need mana regeneration. I feel like I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? Oh, Frenzy. Yeah, that's a pretty big one.
May reason. Let's speak again soon.
I guess I need to color this thing more blue. That's right. I have a better shot getting this. The lightning golem. And we'll be good to go. Wild.
With care, friend.
So we have.
I need more mana.
Alright, let's beat Act 3 and we will be moving on.
Remember, Dominus, what goes up must come down. When I'm ready, I'm not ready.
Oh my god, so annoying. Jesus. There's Dominus.
Goodbye to the master that called you here, witch. Face of God, Exile. Freak not from God. This world is an illusion, Exile.
The damage, though.
No one will cry for you, Dominus. Not a soul.
That was pretty lit. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's do the aqueducts, and then we'll do Act 4 tomorrow. Or whenever I stream next. I think the next stream will be Saturday.
Let's see where it comes from. I need more mana. When I'm ready, and not before.
The damage is so nutty. Feels so much different than playing this as a champion.
Life is short.
Hey there, John, man. I'm actually about to get off too. Now that I'm at
Just
Act,
make life complicated.
now that I'm here and I've done my switch, I am off to bed myself. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed everything. Hope I answered any questions about how to get at least get started in Path of Exile. Hope to see more of y'all playing. So.